Hello, everybody. Welcome to the April 15th, 2026 regular board meeting of the Talbot County Board of Education. On April 15th, 2026, the regular board meeting of the Talbot County Public Schools will open at 5:30 for the purposes of declaring a quorum, and will then move to closed session as permitted by the Maryland Open Meetings Act, Section 3-305B, Provisions 1, 7, and 8 and 9 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, and Section 3-103 of the General Provisions Articles of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons. Citation 3-305B, Provision 1, regarding personnel reporting, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. Citation 3-305B, Provisions 7 and 8, regarding legal matters. 7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on the following legal matters, and 8, to consult with staff, consultants, or other individuals about pending or potential litigation, which includes the following: a social media lawsuit regarding litigation on behalf of school districts against Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, and YouTube, a lawsuit regarding an alleged injury to a student, an OCR case regarding special education services, a student case regarding the alleged failure of TCPS to provide a free, appropriate public education, a student case involving school/residential placement, and allegations regarding the Child Victims Act. Citation 3-305B, Provision 9, to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to negotiations. So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go into closed and be back here at 7. Hi, everybody. Thank you for waiting. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Talbot County Board of Education. If you could all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, that would be great. Do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
I make a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Do I have I make a motion that we approve both the work session minutes from March 16th, 2026 and the regular board meeting minutes from March 18th, 2026.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thanks so much. We're going to start tonight with recognition of the public.
Good evening, everyone. I'm excited to congratulate our Talbot County 2026 Carson Scholars. And you can see there on the slide what this program is. It's a merit-based initiative that recognizes and rewards high-achieving students in grades 4 through 11 across the United States. It was founded in '94 by Ben Carson and his wife, and it aims to elevate academic achievement. The scholars receive several honors designed to celebrate their success and invest in their future, including a $1,000 college scholarship, which is held in a trust until the student enrolls in a full-time, 4-year accredited college or university in the United States. And you can go on to see the eligibility requirements. What I'm going to call out are students who received it this year, but then also 5 students who received this prestigious honor of renewing their status as Carson Scholars. And so what has begun in 1996 with 25 scholarships in Maryland has now grown to 4,365 scholars across the state, celebrated for their academic achievements. And so we're excited to call up our Carson Scholars here at TCPS. So when I call your name, please come up and stand proudly with your certificate in front so that we can get a photo of you after I call all the names. The first one that I'm calling up in these first 4 are new Carson Scholars, Caroline Fink, grade 11, Easton High School. Congratulations. Liam Johnson, 5th grade, Chapel District Elementary School. Miles Langford, 5th grade, Easton Elementary School. Jordy Michaluk, Easton Middle School, 7th grade. The next group are recognized Carson Scholars, and I'll let you know the number of times that they have won. The first is Tessa Diffendaffer, Easton High School, 10th grade, 6 times won. Jose Garcia Arrivalaga, 10th grader, Easton High School, 5 times has won. Cadence McGuckin, 12th grader, Easton High School, 4 times has won. Okay. Reagan Pritchett, 6th grader, Easton Middle School, 2 times has won. And last but not least, Kylie Sadler, 8th grade, St. Michael's Middle High School, 4 times has won. Congratulations again to all of you, and we will now take your picture. Yep. Yeah, that'd be great. Yep.
Congratulations, you guys. And what Dr. P didn't say is that it's a really rigorous process to become a Carson Scholar. It's a lot of work to get there, and it's a lot of work to be nominated and to apply. So we're just so appreciative of all your efforts and all the things you do to make our county better every day. Congratulations again. We're going to move on to public comment. As far as I know, we have one person signed up to speak this evening. Are you here tonight? Okay. I have to read the whole thing again. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Hold on one second while I pull this up, and apologies that it is long. It is required. One second. Okay, here we go. In order to maintain an orderly presentation of comments by the public, the following guidelines will apply. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or less and are to be directed to board members from the podium. When the allotted time expires, the speaker will be permitted to complete their sentence, then return to the audience. If unable to complete comments in the allotted time, individuals are asked to submit remarks to the board in writing. Signs or posters may not be displayed at board meetings. Handouts may be left for board members at the podium. Public statements made at a board meeting should relate to agenda items for the current meeting, a recent or future meeting, or a matter of general policy over which the board has authority. Personnel matters, matters relating to individual students, pending appeals, the actions or statements of individual staff members, or items related to employee negotiations are not appropriate topics for citizen participation. Board members will not answer questions during citizen participation. Questions should be submitted in writing to the board. Responses will be provided in a timely manner. The board and/or superintendent reserves the right to correct misinformation presented during citizen participation. The board reserves the right to limit the number of speakers on a particular topic so that multiple topics may be addressed. The audience is asked to be respectful of public speakers and board members. Failure to comply may necessitate removal from the public meeting. Thank you for respecting these guidelines. Okay, Mrs. Dotson will set a timer for you. It is loud. Once it goes off, if you don't hear, I will notify you that your time is up. If you don't finish, please feel free to email the board the rest of your statement. And go ahead.
Thanks. So first, I'd like to clarify some of my comments from the last time I was here. I didn't quite get a chance to finish. It seemed like I was against science reading. I was brought here because I'm having problems with my first grader and the new curriculum that's being introduced into the schools. It seemed like I was against it, but in my summary, I was going to say, I know it was mandated on us by the state. That's why I called it a misnomer. Science of reading is actually the science of reading education. And that science is far from settled. So whatever course this district chooses, it should mold it and modify it in what best suits this community. In my research, I found many school districts start Benchmark Advance in 3rd grade and use supplemental K-2 curriculum that is less dense, less fast-paced, and more phonics heavy. A combination, for example, is Great Minds, Wit and Wisdom, or that's supported with the Wilson Foundation's K-2. Now for math. I have an interesting perspective as a parent. I'm around kids my son's age, but I also work with 10th, 11th, and 12th graders, like the exceptional young man sitting up there. I hope you go pick Maryland, by the way, congrats. I work with them in a professional adult environment, so I hear unfiltered information from these kids. I found out that a 16-year-old I work with was taught math using the same tools and devices as my first grader is being taught today. 10 frames, number line, 10 sticks. Reveal Math is the lipstick on the pig of Eureka Math. Reveal is a direct copy from Math in Focus, which is based on Singapore math, and it stole the CRA pyramid from the CPA pyramid in Math in Focus. It also uses those tools, the number line, 10 frames, 10 sticks, instead of using the bar model, which is clearly the better of the two options. I would ask all the board members tonight, whether you're sitting here listening to people, you Google, what is Math in Focus? Then ask, how would a first grader use the bar model? Then ask, how would the bar model be used for algebra? It translates through all grades, and it has 45 years worth of data. Reveal Math has been around since 2020, 6 years old. Finally, in my meeting with Dr. P, 3 things stood out. First, her and her assistant didn't know that they had free Google AI in their phone, meaning they didn't know every student in the school has an AI in their pocket. That is pertinent information, and the superintendent should definitely know that. 2, they didn't know the digital resources available where both programs that we started, Benchmark and Reveal, as marketed as hybrid in-school and digital resources. I had for McGraw-Hill for Benchmark, for the Reveal Math, it's McGraw-Hill digital platform. You get interactive student edition, math replays, digital game library, the eSmart, Learn Smart program, and the K through 2 portal app. I didn't get any of that information, and I emailed again yesterday asking for the information. For the, time's up. There's the same thing for the Benchmark Advanced. There's a Benchmark Universe, and all those tools are available for the students. You paid for it when you bought this program for the kids. When we go to the parent-student section, there's no information about any of this. Every kid should be able to, and parent, should be able to log in and see both of their digital resources from both the new programs. It's part of the whole selling point of why we started these programs.
Thank you for being here. Can you please email your whole statement so we have the whole thing?
Yeah, and I left my email for all of you last time. I didn't receive one email back. So there were seven emails. It'd be nice to get some feedback from the people that we vote into power. I left 7 copies. Well, I made a new one just so that was my private email. But it's talbotparent@proton.me. Me. I made that just for you to email me. Proton.me. The most generic thing, so you can't forget it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to make a public comment this evening? Okay, we're going to move on to our student board member reports. Tyler, are you going to do both this evening, or do you just have one? Okay, Tyler, take it away.
Okay, so hello and welcome to St. Michael's month of April. What we're going to be going over is school events, sports, prom, and academics. Starting off with school events, the St. Michael's Band and Choir are performing Monday, April 20th in the auditorium. I'll be there in the back on the bass drum, so come and support. And then the St. Michael's Alumni Association had their annual banquet at Foxy's Bar and Grill. Picture below is Mr. Burkhart, Dr. Etherton, and Mr. Baines. Dr. Etherton won the St. Michael's Alumni of the Year award. He's a cardiac doctor in the area and has done a lot of great things for the Eastern Shore community. Sports, the Saints are on a roll. The baseball team has a record of 8-1 with a strong win against Easton on Monday. And the tennis team has an undefeated record of 8-0 and has not lost a game since April 2024. So that's 2 years. April 18th, Grand March starts at 4 and the dance begins at 8. And then along with prom is Spirit Week. Students and teachers have been doing a great job matching with the themes. This is a picture from a Spirit Week early in the year. I think it was like Meme Day, I think, or Jersey Day or something. Academics, AP tests and MCAP tests are less than a month away. We've been working hard all year. That's middle and high school with the MCAP and APs, so everybody's getting ready for those. And then students in the biomed program, which is a career and technology program, took the base exam, which gives them an actual lab technician certification so that they could go, say, in college and get a job setting up labs in a chemistry class, for example, which is a pretty cool opportunity. That's all I have for St. Michael's, and now I'm going to be moving on to Easton. So Elmer couldn't make it today because of lacrosse, but welcome to Easton High School. First with sports, picture on the left is students represented at the Bayside Athletic Student Leadership Conference. I actually attended that last year. I think it's for juniors, and it's a cool way to see how and learn how students can be leaders in their athletic communities. And then softball is a game against St. Michael's. And then I guess tonight, women's lacrosse has a game, which is their senior night, and men's lacrosse senior night is on Friday. Clubs, the Easton High School Cross-County Talent Show is going on April 16th, which I believe is tomorrow. I've heard a lot about that. It should be a good time. I think a lot of people should go out to support. It's with Kent Island, and it's a good fundraiser for both National Honor Societies. Activities. After receiving a grant, all Easton High School National Honor Societies, or honor societies in total, are working together to create a mural that'll be displayed in the courtyard at Easton High School. Clubs, the Latin Honor Society held their annual bake sale. Activities, the Easton High School junior class is having a pickleball tournament at the YMCA this Saturday. Sounds fun. Staff and students can participate. And then stay tuned for next month. Go Saints.
Thank you, Tyler. I also want to mention to your report, I saw it came across my feed this morning that the St. Michael's baseball team is ranked #1 in the conference and like 15 in the state. So that's pretty amazing. Go St. Michael's. Congratulations. Okay, moving along to board committee reports. No? Don't everybody speak at once? No reports this month? Okay, that's nice and easy. We will move right into new business then, starting with board goals K-2 literacy. Mr. Corey DeVerick is here to present from White Marsh Elementary.
I'll keep this kind of level for the three of us. We have 3 different heights here going on, so that'll work out nice. First off, good evening, Dr. Pepekai, President Jackson, and members of the board. I am the proud principal of White Marsh Elementary School, and joining me this evening is our reading specialist and coach, Miss Catherine Adams, and our kindergarten teacher, Miss Elena Plugi. Thank you for the opportunity to share about literacy at White Marsh Elementary School. Early literacy is not only a board and district priority, but also a school-wide priority because it is one of the most important foundations for long-term academic success. The work we do in kindergarten through grade 2 sets the stage for success for students as they transition in later grades in life. At White Marsh, our focus is on building a coordinated system of support that ensures every student receives strong instruction, targeted support when needed, and opportunities to grow as readers and writers. Tonight, we'll share how our team works together to support literacy through strong core instruction, intentional scheduling, collaboration among staff, and partnerships with families.
Good evening. At White Marsh Elementary, literacy is just not a single program or an intervention. It's a system of coordinated supports that ensures that every student is receiving what they need in order to become a better reader and writer. At the foundation of this system is core instruction, high-quality core instruction at that. All students are receiving a daily literacy instruction through our core curriculum. This is where students are building the essential skills of reading, writing, vocabulary, and comprehension. The next layer is our win block, or like what we call our what I need time. This dedicated time allows for teachers to provide targeted instruction to small groups of students based on their current learning needs. Because this time is built into our schedule, students are not missing core instruction and can receive additional support. Within the win block, we also utilize tutoring and targeted interventions for students who need more intensive support with foundational skills such as phonemic awareness, phonics, and fluency. Our tutors work closely with classroom teachers and the reading specialists to ensure that instruction is aligned with each student's individual needs and is also responsive to data. Finally, the layer that supports all of this work is collaboration and data monitoring. Everyone, including our teachers, reading specialists, tutors, administration, and support staff, have a seat at the table that we can regularly review student data, plan instruction together, and adjust supports as needed. This ensures that our approach is responsive and that students receive the right supports at the right time. Together, these layers create our coordinated system that supports both students and teachers and helps us work towards a goal of developing confident and capable readers. Oh, it's me again, sorry. In kindergarten through grade 5, all students will participate in a daily literacy block using our core curriculum, Benchmark Advanced. This curriculum provides a structured approach to literacy that supports the development of essential reading and writing skills. Benchmark Advanced also provides opportunities for explicit vocabulary instruction and meaningful writing tasks, allowing students to develop both language and comprehension skills as they interact with a variety of texts. Our teachers work collaboratively with the reading specialist and other instructional staff, like our instructional assistants in kindergarten, to plan and implement these lessons in a way that meets the needs of their students specifically. Through co-planning and instructional support, teachers are able to differentiate instruction and provide targeted support within the classroom setting. By ensuring that all students are receiving consistent and high-quality core instruction, we create that strong foundation that supports the additional layers of our system.
One of our priorities at White Marsh Elementary is ensuring that students do not miss core instruction when they need additional support. In many traditional models, students who receive interventions are pulled away from the literacy block. While that support can be helpful, it can also mean that students miss important grade-level instruction at the same time. To alleviate this, as Catherine mentioned, we talked about the WIN block, the What I Need time, into our schedule for kindergarten through grade 2. Because this time is scheduled separately from the literacy block, all students receive their full core literacy instruction and additional support happens afterward. This structure allows us targeted instructions such as interventions, skills support, and enrichment at the same time, while maintaining equitable access to grade level learning for each and every student.
During WIN time, students are working in small, flexible groups, and key on that word flexible, on specific literacy skills. Some students are participating in intervention groups that focus on those foundational reading skills. Other students are working in skill groups where they're receiving additional practice with grade level concepts. Students who are meeting those expectations may also participate in enrichment opportunities that extend their thinking and deepen their understanding. Our WIN time allows teachers to provide instruction that is responsive to student data. Rather than just explaining it, we wanted to show you what this actually looks like in our classrooms. Ms. Plugi has shared a few photos from her kindergarten literacy block and will briefly walk you through what students are doing.
Hi, everybody. Oh,
You can push down, sorry, I'm tall.
it's okay.
Sozie.
My kindergarten literacy block is structured around a daily 5 model, which promotes both student choice and targeted instruction. So during this time, students rotate among 5 stations: teacher-led instruction, writing, word work, independent reading, and technology. At the teacher station, I provide differentiated small group instruction based on individual student needs. This includes both targeted support and enrichment using the Benchmark Advanced Curriculum and UFly for Tier 2 intervention. This is the only time that students are grouped homogeneously, allowing for focused instruction tailored to specific skill needs. During the remainder of the block, students select from other stations, encouraging engagement and ownership of their own learning. At the writing station, students work with my instructional assistant on a structured writing task aligned to our benchmark unit. The writing process is completed sequentially across the week, allowing students to build skills progressively. Because this station often includes mixed ability learners, my instructional assistant is able to differentiate support while fostering independence in other students. At the WordWork station, students engage in activities aligned to the weekly phonics focus. For example, each Tuesday, students complete a differentiated Write the Room activity that reinforces their phonemic awareness and early spelling skills. That's that bottom right photo. During independent reading, students select texts from the classroom library and read independently or with a partner to build fluency and comprehension. At the technology station, students use their iPads to listen to the Epic Reading app or engage in phonics-based QR code games that are connected to our weekly focus. This structure ensures that all students are consistently engaged in meaningful, literacy-rich activities. It allows for continuous exposure to essential reading and writing skills while supporting differentiation, independence, and student choice, which are all key components in developing confident and capable early readers and writers.
The next layer in our support system is our tutoring layer. This structure allows us to provide additional time for students to benefit from more intensive practices with foundational reading skills. We are so lucky because both of our tutors are actually certified reading specialists that bring a deep expertise in evidence-based literacy instruction and intervention. One literacy tutor works primarily with students in grades K to 2, focusing on the development of those early literacy skills. These skills form the foundation for reading success, so being able to provide those extra opportunities can make a meaningful difference for students who need additional support. Our second literacy tutor works with students in grades 3 to 5, primarily. Sometimes we, dabble either way, with students who may be strengthening these foundational skills. While classroom instruction emphasizes that grade level reading and comprehension, some students, as we know, can benefit from continued reinforcement of decoding and fluency, and tutoring provides that additional layer of targeted support. With this structure, we are able to provide a continuity across grade levels, ensuring that students who need that extra assistance are receiving it as they grow as readers.
I don't usually go off script, but I want to go back just a quick one here. I wanted to point out that both the instructional assistant and Ms. Plugi are both taking anecdotal notes and collecting data each and every day when they're meeting with their groups. So at all times, we have 2 individuals in the classroom that are taking notes that they'll go back at different times during the day, whether at a planning period or at the end of the day, to refocus and reflect on what they taught that day to see if they need to change their groups. So I just wanted to point that out real quick. All right, now I'm back on. Here we go. One of the greatest strengths of our school is strong collaboration among our staff. Literacy instruction is truly a team effort. Classroom teachers work closely with the reading specialists, special education staff, literacy tutors, ML teacher, and administrators to ensure that students receive the support they need. Throughout the year, we regularly meet to review student data, discuss student progress, and plan next instructional steps. These conversations help us ensure that our instruction remains responsive to student needs. That's the whole focus every single day is student need.
We support this collaboration through several strategies, including co-planning lessons where teachers and support staff work together to design instruction to meet the needs of all learners. In some classrooms, mainly our 2nd through 5th, we also co-teach, allowing students to benefit from multiple educators working together to support reading instruction and small group learning. We also coordinate supports across staff members, including our fine arts teachers, yes, our specialists, making sure that classroom instruction, intervention, and tutoring are aligned and reinforcing the same literacy skills.
Again, it just popped into my head. I'm going off script again. When we first, I know, I shouldn't do it, because then I'm going rogue right now, I shouldn't. But in the beginning of the year, when we all got back together, we sat down, we started thinking about our win block. We started incorporating the whole school. And then we thought a little bit more, okay, we need to focus on 3 through 5. Those are our testing grades. As we started the process and started talking more and more, our thought became, we really need to focus on K through 2. Because if we can do and front load a lot of the work in the beginning, hopefully it'll pay off at the end. So we started at one spot with a whole school. Then we went to testing, and then we went and thought K through 2 is the way to go. And it just so happened you guys were doing the same thing we were, so that sounds great. So finally, here on this slide, when educators work together in this way, we are able to create a system of support that helps every student continue to grow as a reader and as a writer. We also recognize that literacy development extends beyond the classroom. While strong instruction happens at school each day, the support students receive at home can also play an important role in helping them grow as readers. We work to build strong partnerships with our families so they feel confident supporting their children's learning at home. And that ties into our school improvement plan, which is our 3rd goal, is really parent engagement and getting our parents in the school to see what their students are doing, along with what we're doing at the same time, so we can promote that at home. We stay there. Thank you.
With our plan and our focus on community partnerships, we want to provide families with a variety of resources that are designed to reinforce the skills that students are being taught at school. These may include the skill practice folders, which an example is here in the middle. Some of our intervention groups have practice folders that go back and forth between home and school. And those provide multiple opportunities for additional practice with phonics and reading skills, as well as reading activities that encourage families to read and talk about books together, which we know is a big deal. We also share simple strategies for supporting literacy at home, such as asking questions while reading, practicing sight words, or encouraging students to read aloud and talk about what they are learning. Our goal is to make these supports practical and accessible so that families will feel empowered to be an active partner in their child's education. These partnerships help learning extend beyond the classroom and reinforce the importance of reading in students' lives.
This brings us back to the opening slide. As you've seen this evening, the work happening at White Marsh Elementary is not built around a single program or an initiative. It is a coordinated system designed to ensure that every student receives strong instruction, targeted support when needed, and opportunities to grow confidence becoming a reader and a writer. Through intentional scheduling, collaboration among our staff, and one staff group that I forgot to mention was our new Judy Center staff. Both members of the Judy Center are working closely with us in promoting these different resources out in the community for our birth to age 3 students also at the same time. H5, thank you. The skills students develop in the early grades shape their academic success for years to come. We are incredibly proud of the dedication of our teachers, specialists, and sports staff who work together to make this possible. Thank you for your continued support of our schools and for helping ensure that every child has this opportunity to become a confident reader and a lifelong learner. Thank you. Do you have any questions for us?
How long is the wind block?
Oh, boy. Go ahead.
It's about 30 to 45 minutes, depending on the grade.
I love this because children with IEPs and special needs, they're not singled out when every student is going to some sort of activity. It fosters more inclusivity. So congratulations.
Thanks. Work in progress, but thanks.
And we didn't mention that our blocks, they change, the groups change periodically because we're constantly looking at the data. If a student starts to bump up to a certain section, they go somewhere else for that specific time to make sure they're getting what they need. So a student's not just lagging and they're doing the same thing over and over again.
Could you explain the difference between the daily literacy schedule versus the WIN block?
So with our daily literacy block, that is the core instruction that is protected. That is the period of time, that's the dedicated minutes that the state has allowed for students to be able to engage with grade level concepts. The WIN block is an additional, yes, that's everybody, that's their tier 1. The additional support would be the tier 2 and the tier 3 when students are needing those additional supports in order to help them access the grade level content. That would be our phonics, foundational skill, phonics instruction, phonemic awareness, whatever they need to be successful. So that, you know, we think about the daily instruction as being this core protected, and then we just have little trickles that come after that. So we don't want to touch the core instruction. We want every student to be able to receive grade level content and have opportunities to interact and access.
Just to further clarify, for when you might need extra help in literacy, or you might need a tier 2 or tier 3 intervention in literacy, but you also might need that in math. Correct. So if you're, for a WIN block, you might be going there, or you might be going to a math block, or you might be going to enrichment in one of those if you have achieved mastery of skill and you need to be pushed further, right? So that's kind of, not everybody receives WIN in literacy.
Correct. So we actually have a designated WIN block for math too. We were able to separate it, so we do have 2 separate situations. So that way, you know, literacy is just protected literacy and math is just math. So we're able to kind of, I don't know how we were able to finagle it in the schedule, but it worked and we're not messing with it right now.
But those that couldn't could also do it during any time.
Yes.
And the WIN is every day?
Correct.
So they get that individualized
Every day.
instruction? Okay.
And throughout the day, anybody who is not doing something is utilized, whether both our reading and math coaches have put together little bins for if, say, someone has an instructional assistant has a time where they're not with kids or something, they can come down, pull kids out of a different grade level and work with them at the same time. So that there's constant motion going on.
And this is the first year of this?
This type of setup of concentrating on K through 2.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for being here. Does anybody else have questions? All right. Thank you, team from White Marsh. We appreciate you. Okay, giving the room a second to clear out. It's totally fine. It's a long meeting, we understand. It was good to see you all. Moving along, we're going to discuss an overnight field trip request with Dr. Einhorn.
Yes, good evening, President Jackson. It's my pleasure to be here for a second month in a row to ask you about an overnight field trip request. In your board packet, you have the details regarding an overnight field trip experience for the FFA. The request is for students to participate in the 98th Annual Maryland FFA State Convention, which is going to be held in McHenry, Maryland. The FFA State Convention aligns with our current agriculture, career, and technical education pathway. And we know that student organizations in career and technical fields are invaluable for helping students gain leadership development and career-connected learning opportunities in a field and program of study that they're interested in. So it's of high value to our students. I'm happy to say that students would not miss any school time, as the dates for this conference are June 23rd through the 25th. They would be traveling on June 22nd to make sure they got there on time. There's no cost to our students, as all expenses will be covered by the Easton FFA Alumni Association and grant funding. Students would be transported by charter bus, which we will be sharing with Caroline County Public Schools FFA group, so there's a cost savings there. And while at the convention, the state FFA organization provides a shuttle service between where students will be staying and the convention, which will be at Garrett College. The field trip policy 9.21 and the AR that accompanies it requires that an overnight field trip have board approval. And so this evening, I'm seeking your approval of the annual FFA State Convention in June for our students. And based on the board's decision, I will add that to the chart that I've created to track overnight field trip requests per Ms. Strawberry's request last month.
Yeah, I would move approval of the overnight field trip request by the Easton High School FFA.
Can I ask a couple questions first?
Well, sure.
What grades is this applicable to? Who can attend?
This is our high school students, and I apologize I don't have that here, but I'm assuming upperclassmen who are in the program for more than one course.
And because it happens outside of the school year, it's still technically considered a school field trip?
It is, because this is a school-sponsored student organization, and therefore school staff helps students prepare for this and is the advisor for the program.
In reading the thing, it says individuals involved. I assume that means the students. Will staff be chaperoning, or is that just parents?
Yes, we will have staff chaperoning in addition to the parents, who are very active in our local FFA program and are very supportive of this program.
Okay, then I second Ms. Jurius's motion.
I second. I'm familiar with the FFA, and it's so wonderful to see it making a comeback.
Thank you.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you very
Einhorn.
much.
Okay, next on the list, we have, here we go. Revisions to policy 9.25, student progress to parents and guardians with Mrs. Werner.
Good evening, President Jackson, Dr. Pepakaya, and members of the board. I'm here tonight to present policy 9.25, student progress to parents and guardians, for the first reader. I will also present the documents that were requested by the board in our presentation last month. First, per Dr. Pepakaya's request, we wanted to make sure that we take a minute to thank all of our committee members who put in extensive time, research, and thoughtfulness to this process. And I think that was pretty evident last month when they displayed all of the different research models and explanation as to why they made their recommendation. So again, I know that this policy was presented, but it's now officially in first reader this month. It has been before the policy committee, the Citizens Advisory Committee, and the Equity Committee. And again, I just want to remind that when we went into this process, we started with the policy as that was guiding us through all of the very specific layers of the AR that can have other impacts in other policy. And ultimately, it was the committee's goal to align our strategic plan in promoting a learning experience for our students that they are all empowered to achieve their full potential. This is, again, the remaining pieces of the AR. And I do want to recognize the one piece of feedback we did have in the policy from Ms. Strawberry regarding the governance and responsibility. And we have spoken about that, and I know Dr. Pepikai and I spoke about this, that part of that is part of our policy review of all of our policies being reviewed on a regular basis. So that was part of the reason why it wasn't specifically outlined in that area. So if you do not have any questions regarding the policy itself, I can move into the additional recommendations for the AR. Okay. So you also have in your board documents the most revised version of the AR. And you'll notice this now has two different colors. The yellow are the revisions from the original AR, and the blue are revisions that have been changed or added since you last saw our most recent copy in March. So just to highlight what those changes are, first, we wanted to make it more clear to our families what the 4-point scale is. And we recognize that there was a little confusion, being that in the assignment portion, that it was at times maybe not as clear as to why the A+ was a 3.85. There are lots of different models that have various different versions of where the A+ can land. And we ended up taking that feedback and adjusting to another model we had looked at that had the A+ as a 4, as we thought that might be more clear to our families. Additionally, we heard the feedback that it was a lot of information to take in with the calculations. That was, again, our effort to be transparent with our families. And Mr. Neild did his magic of looking at all of that information, those calculations, and reformatting it in a way that was more aligned to the way the original AR was presented, to make it less wordy, less numbers, but still the same calculations. We also heard feedback that there needed to be more specific guidance to due dates. So we did add specific timelines for both formatives and summatives that you'll see. And then the third main change was additional feedback to the reteaching and reassessment language. We heard the feedback that there could be problems depending on how a student performs on a formative that could put them at a disadvantage compared to a student that would have that opportunity if they scored below a C. And we actually had another policy committee meeting with our secondary team to review that and get feedback. And I want to give credit to the teachers that joined us for that meeting last week, because they actually rewrote that piece for us. They came to the meeting with suggestions of how that language could be updated so that all students could have the opportunity for reteaching and reassessment. The other request from the board was that we develop a one-pager for our families, and I believe you have a copy of this as well. So this highlights the main changes from our original policy so that our families could understand the most impactful changes, starting with how grades are weighed, the adjustment from 30% weight for formatives and 70 for summatives to now being 40 and 60. The next change, reteaching and reassessment, that formative assessments are eligible for reteaching and reassessments and summatives are not. And then finally, the grading scale. And I would direct your attention to what's circled in red. And that is to clarify for our families that this grading model does not change our expectations. We still grade our students. If anything, it raises them. We are still grading our students in traditional ways when they take quizzes or tests. This simply converts it in a scale that makes it so that all teachers are using the same system. As you may recall from Mr. Neild's presentation last month, he gave a pretty specific example of how a student who earns the same scores could actually get different grades depending on the model that a teacher currently employs in our grading model. And this system simply ensures that that isn't the case anymore, so that all teachers are within the same scale. And what's circled is to make sure it's clear to our families that it does not change that they're still looking at letter grades. We have a 0 for missing, and we also, which we will indicate with an M, and we have an incomplete because we did hear that feedback with our current model as well. We were also asked to provide an example of a secondary report card. It looks very similar to the report card we have now, with the exception of including plus and minus in our interim and quarter grades, so that our families have an understanding before the end of the course how close a student was to that next level, or were they close to a lower grade, where were they, so that we are more specific in that reporting. We were asked to also provide an example of our current K-2 report card, as some board members may not have seen one recently. And this is example currently, and I just want to make sure that our board understands that the 1 through 4 scale we would not use, and instead we would have a similar setup, although I will say that it will probably have more criteria listed, since we would be using the competency-based model, and we would include this scale instead of numbers. So this is not exactly what we would have. We need to have work groups based off of grade bands in elementary, so that we backwards map with our curriculum to make sure that we include all of the correct competency standards. So this is just an example. This is not necessarily what you would see on our report card. I just want to remind everyone that we would use this coding, not our number coding, but it would be a similar look for our families, and it'd be very familiar to what they see now. And actually, for our current pre-K families, they do use the letters, not A, B, C, D, but they do have a letter system similar to this, so it's not very different from that. So I believe those were all of the documents we were asked to present.
This be hard to convert on PowerPoint? PowerSchool, I'm sorry.
Which part? I'm sorry. Elementary? No. So it's actually two different changes. This is essentially what we're already doing in pre-K, so it's already set up that way. We are still working with PowerSchool regarding using 2 letters. That might be the only problem that we have. It's usually PowerSchool typically uses 1 letter, so that would be maybe the only hang up we have. They do work with us with customization often. We have not had those meetings yet with them, as we wanted to make sure that this was the direction that we were going before we did that. But this is how we already have our gradebook set up for our pre-K through 2 now, so that will not be a problem. As for secondary, it's not a problem. We can set our scales whatever we want in PowerSchool. We just have to have 1 value per letter grade. So it's just adjusting that, so that won't be a problem.
And you know, it's self-explanatory to us, I think, for the most part, but some parents still may not understand for the K through 2, so we might need to design a flyer.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
We have already been in talks with communications. I've been talking with Ms. Gardner extensively about our plan for this. We are also going to go to the schools before the end of the year to talk with our teachers. We're working on, just from talking with teachers already, both elementary and secondary, we have informally been kind of generating a frequently asked questions of what are some things that are coming up, and going to the schools with that, so that we have all that information. We know where they might need some assistance going into next year, and so that we're ahead of the game going into next year. So absolutely, that would be part of it.
I have more questions, but I'm going to start with what came up in just what you just said. I see that we've got surpassing proficiency, demonstrating proficiency, and I heard you say those might not be the exact terms that we use. And then I see in secondary, we have grouped grading and under distinguished and proficient and developing. And I'm wondering if it makes sense to use the same language so that there is a continuation? Yes, they are getting a letter
We will.
score.
That is a typo because that's our current report card where we just added numbers. So we will use very similar. It'll align similarly.
I think that would be really helpful for continuity, especially in those that transition grade from 5th to 6th, when it will be a different model for parents to look at. So I would make that suggestion. I would love to know why we're making all of the effort to demonstrate pluses and minuses in our quarter grades, but those aren't reflected in the final, the year grade.
So the plus minus is, so if we are looking, I'm just going to go back to my scale. The concern that we heard of just only keeping letter grades all along was that it would be too vague. So if I see that my child has a C, where are they? Are they at a 70 or are they at a 78? So that was the thought process of having the plus minus along the way, so that even if you are a parent who doesn't need to know the specific numbers that are going on in Power School, if I look at a report card and I see that my child has a B+, I know that they were close to an A. I know where they're at on that scale. The reason why we did not keep that scale to the final was because that would have impacts on ranking for our current students. Additionally, we want to think about this as we're raising the bar in the sense of recognizing plus minus, and we heard the feedback from our student board members of the students who earn a 90 versus a 98. So we want to recognize that. However, when you look at a final grade, if you separate that for plus minus, for our students, and I think about this for our high achieving students looking at rank, you are essentially asking them to stay at a 97 their entire career, which is a very high bar, and I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't have a high bar, but the concern from the committee was setting unrealistic expectations where they currently, our students now, and I think about our high schoolers who have been living in this system since they were in 3rd grade, a 90 has been an A for them. So if next year we come in and say, well, now a 97 is the highest you could be, that could cause some undue stress, because in reality, a 97, although some of our students are very capable of doing that, we just don't want to cause undue stress and some of the complications of ranking that could happen with that.
Respectfully disagree, and that's just to say I think we should be celebrating those students who do maintain that and who do live in that space, and they do deserve that extra distinction of achieving that plus. There are some students who do whose average is 100, and I think that to say that those are equal to students who have a 90, which is what our grading system says now, and what this says is not necessarily fair or reflective of that student who has maintained a 100. And don't mistake me, I'm not talking about my own student here, and sorry, kids, I'm calling out a little bit. I'm not making I'm just saying those students who do achieve that, I think, deserve that recognition and distinction. So that's my own feeling.
Well, that's why we are awarding that along the way.
If you've maintained an A+ average for all 4 quarters, your final grade is going to be an A, whereas somebody who has maintained an A- average for all 4 quarters, their grade is going to be an A too. It's not fair to those kids who have, achieved higher. And, yes, it is hard. Yes, you're asking a lot, but I mean, like, I don't know. Other people chime in. This is my own feeling on that specific.
I totally agree. We need to set the bar high, and we need to reward the high achievers, not take it away from them.
Well, I also want to remind the board that we made a significant change in our reteaching and retesting policy. So we are setting the bar high in respect of our students have never had the reteaching and retesting policy. I mean, I've worked in Talbot County for 18 years, and our policy has always been to retest on summatives. We're removing that from our students this year. That is a significant shift that personally I feel is significantly raising the bar for our students, that they will no longer have what they earn on their summative is what they get. So I do want to remind of those other shifts, not just with this component of where we are raising the bar for our students, and to caution making too many changes. And ultimately, this is the recommendation that the committee has made.
Again, it's a recommendation, and to say we will be doing this with summative assessments is not correct. We haven't made that determination yet. And I think from my understanding of my fellow board members, that is another area that we have a lot of questions and have not landed on a definitive feeling. I am uncomfortable saying that no student will be allowed to do any kind of summative retake. So, and again, I would welcome commentary from my fellow board members on that, but I had other questions too.
So I agree with Mrs. Jackson on the summative piece. For example, one of my children had all A's on all their formatives, all quarter-long first term, and then he got a B on his summative, and he ended up with a B on his report card. So, you know, he was able to retest on some other summatives and end up with an A. And so I think that throwing that out is kind of detrimental to our students, because the whole process is to allow them to grasp the material, and restudying for the summative helps them do that. Additionally, for the community's benefit, I just want to be 100% clear that this grading policy firmly gets rid of minimum 50%.
It does. Again, I just want to preface that the formative summative switch has been something that I will say, from sitting in on all of the committee meetings, has been one of the most unanimous agreements that our committee has had, primarily from teachers. So I do feel compelled to, as I'm representing the committee, that was the one thing that was almost unanimous, I would say, for our teachers, in feeling that students are not coming prepared to summatives, because they do not feel that pressure of, that natural pressure of needing to prepare for a test. When I have spoken to teachers, those that teach core English 9 to AP classes, that is the overwhelming message that I receive. And part of our duty is to raise the bar to make students college and career ready. And I will say that I don't believe that many colleges allow retakes for larger summative type or culminating projects. And as a teacher, I will say too that this was a problem when it came to the instructional process, because we are asking our teachers to reteach on an entire unit in one after-school setting, which is not really possible. What does align with the science of learning, and any research you will find when it comes to the instructional process, is that we should be checking progress along the way. And as you'll recall from the White Marsh presentation, that's what we do in elementary, and then we stop that in secondary because of the way our policy is now. By allowing reteaching and reassessment for formatives, it aligns better with the instructional process. Students receive that, whatever it is that they may be missing prior to that summative, where they can have any of this information retaught in smaller chunks that can be retained. So I understand the concern, but I truly believe that, speaking on behalf of the committee, that was one of the most important changes that they felt needed to be part of this policy.
You answered my first question, because I was going to say, and I wasn't part of the committee meetings, but were they trying to emulate higher ed?
Yes.
In the fact that you take your final, you take a test, you don't get to retest. Now, the second thing is, and I think I heard this in the last presentation or maybe out in the field, is that teachers having to do all of that, instead of having those opportunities along the way, it came to the very end, kids were having the opportunity, and then teachers then would have to go back and do all of
Yes.
that at the end.
Right, and
I don't know if that came up.
Yes, that has come up consistently in our meetings, consistently in speaking with teachers. And I will say, even before this policy came up, this was something that I experienced as a secondary teacher, I experienced as an assistant principal, as a CTE supervisor, this discussion. And someone who has been here longer than me can probably correct me, but it's when I came to Talbot County, we didn't have a C. We didn't have a D. And our letter grades went from A, B, C to F. And at that point, we did have that part of our policy, and I believe that is part of the reason why we had it so that the retake was up to a 79. So there's some history behind where that came from, and I'm making assumptions that that's when it was written, but I believe it aligned to that policy. When we changed the policy, we never changed that part because it was in the instructional process policy. This is actually not even in the policy. We moved it. It's still in the instructional process policy. So originally, it was with a completely different grading scale that didn't even have a D, which is why I believe, and I'm making some assumptions, that there was this safety net for students because it was a C or an F, or obviously or higher. So I understand some of the concerns because it is a large shift, but I will say that professionally, I feel, speaking amongst my team, other administrators and teachers, that is one of the most significant shifts we can make for our students so that we can align to the instructional process, put more emphasis on formatives and reteaching along the way, and really set our students up for that true test-like experience.
I think another piece that you might point out was that, wasn't there a change in the weighting between formatives and
Yes.
summatives to, again, get students to really engage with the formatives along the way?
Right, and that was why we also lessened the summative, knowing that they did not have a retake on that. So making that 60. What we hear time and time again from teachers and even students is that some students don't engage in the formative. They for a variety of reasons. They know it's not weighed as much. They know they can retake on their summatives. And they're missing the key foundational instructional skills along the way because of that. And we are trying to redirect them so that we're aligning with what we know is good instruction, and that is to reassess along the way. Again, we do this in elementary, and then we shift in secondary, and I think it's pretty clear that that is not an effective strategy.
I would like to point out, though, what Mrs. Dodson said, and that this has been true in my experience as a parent, is that a student will receive an A on every formative and then a B on a summative. And because the summative is weighted so heavily, the student will receive a B for that quarter, when it would indicate, based on what you're saying, that they are an A-level student because they are proving that they have gotten A's, they have mastered all of the material, they've gotten A's on all their formatives. This system doesn't allow the student to be accurately graded for what they know, because in that scenario, you're saying that the student has mastered their subject. They should get an A on the summative. They have proven along the way that they know the formative material. So how is that, and how does that encourage a student to engage more with their material when they have proven to themselves and their teacher along the way that they know what they're talking about until they get tripped up on a test?
Well, I think it's also important to know that this process is also going to shift the way our teachers assess formatives now. I think that we have to remember that this is a shift not just for our students, but our teachers. And I'm going to speak for myself as a teacher, that if I were a teacher knowing that this was a possibility, it would make me rethink the formatives I'm giving along the way, knowing that there are higher stakes for that summative. I think we have to remember that our teachers have also been working within this system, knowing that, and this could also shift some of their practices. Not saying that there are bad practices now, but I think that those practices are aligned to our current system. And that is where teaching and learning is planning on making recommendations based off of content and grade level and what's most appropriate for that reteaching and reassessment, because there are different scenarios depending on the content. We've already had teachers that have come up with some ideas of ways that they would change some of their methods based off of this. So I think that that's important to know too, that we need to think about this, that the teachers are also going to change practices.
I don't see that as something that will happen overnight, and I'm worried about the chaos that this creates for, let's say, next year's juniors, for whom this is a pivotal year, who will see a significant, potentially, shift in both their teaching and learning experience and their grade point average.
Well, I would want to prepare next year's juniors and seniors for college and career, and I would want them to have the experience of taking a high-stakes test prior to just the state assessment. And we have goals for our state assessment scores to go up. And to be perfectly honest, some of our students that's the first time they're taking a test that they don't get to retake. So I think we need to look at our board's goals, and what we want to see. Ultimately, we want to align to what we're seeing on MCAP, and I think we should consider having similar methods for those high-stakes tests.
Okay, I have a couple things. So talking about college and career ready, I'm going to go out and say, let's not have any reassessments and make it count the first time. And yes, that is high stakes, and I say that very, nervously, because my kids have benefited from the retakes. Absolutely. They have absolutely benefited. But gosh, when you think back, oh, if I had a second chance to do it, I'd be a genius. This makes our kids, it makes them college and career ready. They do not get second chances in college when they go, but they go to and I understand the reason behind it. I really do, that our goal is to learn. But I think after a couple times, they know, I have to study now. And if I don't, okay, I failed. I really have to work hard next time. And it's going to make them advocate for themselves. Self-advocacy. Go to the teacher. I screwed up on this. What can I do? Can I have extra credit? Anyway, that's my feeling on that. So I am with you on, I feel like they need to be held accountable, and we have to start somewhere. There's a couple things with the grading. There are things in here that are said, and there's things that are not said that I'm concerned about. Like, I think there needs to be explicit language about the no grade floor, the no 50 floor, that they will not receive a 50 for something they didn't do. I think it needs to be in there for any assignment, that the grade will reflect the actual academic performance.
We can make that clear with our families when we're working through the communication of that shift. As for the AR itself, I think because we have a scale that has a 0 for missing, that's implied that we wouldn't be doing that, because we have a 0 and we have an incomplete that is 0.25. So we can make sure that that's clear, that when we communicate to those families from that shift, that's no longer the case.
Okay.
Are you suggesting adding that to the flyer?
Yes.
Okay.
And also, I think we need to define what is missing. Like, what does missing mean? And what does incomplete mean? Does that mean they can, it was a quarter completed, they have a chance to make it up? Can we write that in the AR as well? Like, what defines missing?
So,
But
from
what,
talking
concept-
with the committee, missing would be that it wasn't submitted at all. Incomplete would be that it was submitted with not enough information to grade. So essentially, less than half most of the time, or could even, it honestly depends on how much they do, because if there's enough to score it. So it's hard to put a hard number on that, but I think of that as situations where a student turned in half of the assignment, as an example. But I think it's hard to quantify that, because it could look different in different types of assignments. At some point, we have to have teacher decisions with this, of what it is. I think missing is pretty clear. It just wasn't turned in at all.
Is there a timeline on that?
So it depends on what
That's
type
what I'm
of
saying.
assessment it is.
Well-
There is a timeline. So currently, we have no policy regarding due dates. Our teachers have their own systems. What is a common practice for formatives, which is what we recommended as the committee, was that formatives could be submitted as long as it is prior to the end of that unit, because we do want our students to engage in those formatives for the instructional process, and that summatives had up to 5 days.
Okay, I just think that as a district, we should establish definitions and procedures for what constitutes missing work, late work, overdue work, incomplete work. I understand that we want to give the teacher, is that what you're saying? You want to give the teacher the discretion?
Of considering what would be incomplete. I think missing is it wasn't turned in on Schoology, or they didn't hand it in if it's a paper copy. I think incomplete could depend on the situation with that student and what the assignment is, and the teacher would have to have that discretion.
Okay.
Aren't some of these also course-specific? So we have
Yes.
to rely on the teachers.
Right.
To use their.
Some of them are performative tasks, so we do have to keep that. It's very hard to put numbers on some of these things. So that was why the committee did, at first we only had missing, and that was where we did separate that because of that feedback of those situations where someone might have turned in partially completed work.
Okay, and the other thing with the percentages and the point scale is, we talked about the A pluses, the A minus. There's a difference between the A plus and the A minus. So parents want to know what is the grade, and I think the most transparent way is the percentage. So could we still put the percentage in Power School so parents know, okay, 97, 96, 25, 55? I think that is the most transparent way. And I think by removing the percentage scale entirely, it's a way of quietly addressing the floor issue without explicitly stating a policy on it. I'm just concerned about that the F value of the 50, the quality points, rather than putting 0, suggests that it's not, I just don't feel that it's completely transparent without the percentages. I'm just asking.
So
could
there's
you-
not a 50 for an F. It's a 0.5 on a 4-point scale. So we do have to have a number for every letter. That's unavoidable. So currently, right now, an A is a 95, a B is an 85. We have to have one number for that. If you look at the back of
But
your,
there are percentages on the back.
percentages on the back.
So that you'll be able to see what the percentages
So
are equivalent
it's
to.
a teacher. This is what we were planning on giving our teachers, and we can also give it to our families. We didn't want to overwhelm them with too many numbers, but this is the guidance for families. This system actually, we have teachers that use a modified 4-point scale now. They use letter grades. This version of our grading, the hybrid grading model, allows our teachers to do either. They can still grade in percentages. They put the letter grade in, and it converts it for them. So there are 2 examples that are on the back of this one-pager. The first was if a student took a quiz and they earned an 85. So our students are still going to see percentages. And then the teacher would then look at that and say they earned 85. We have a guidance scale for them, which you'll see is the back of this one-pager, that has an 85 as a B. The teacher would put the B in. So we're still working within percentages for when we're grading our students.
And the students and parents will see that?
So the students can
like
see
how
it.
we see it now?
So right now, we use letters on our report card. So it will look very similar to this now.
I mean on Power School.
In Power School, so we can't, because we can only assign one number at a time. So we're using, by using the 4-point scale, again, that's the scale that we don't want to have that disproportionality. So that solves that problem for us that we were trying to solve. What a teacher can do is add comments to that. They could add a comment of what it was if they're receiving it back. And I do know that in high school, and I heard the feedback that there's a lot of things that are online. Our teachers could still give that feedback in Schoology with percentages. When our students are taking quizzes in Schoology or StudySync or whatever it is, they'll still see percentages, but we cannot list more than one number for a grade. But again, they will know that they're within 3 points, right? So if you see that your child earned a B plus on an assignment and you see B plus for that assignment, you will know that they either earned an 87 to an 89. So you at least know within a couple points where they're at. And that was the whole intention of using the plus minus for that very reason, because we understood that concern.
So Mrs. O'Connor and I talked about this a few weeks ago, and we happened to have 2 of our kids share a teacher. And so we pulled up Power School and we looked at the way that the grades are reported in Power School to have some context about how to have this conversation, because what Mr. Neild was saying about each teacher grading in a different way, some teachers give you an 80% on an assignment, some teachers give you an A, some teachers give you this teacher gave 29.12 out of 32, that's the grade that's reflected in Power School. And so we kind of looked at this and talked about it, and I pulled up that right now, so I have some context again to talk about this. This grade for this class is reported at the end of the quarter as a letter grade. It's a B, and underneath it, it says the percentage. And I think that's what you're asking, if we can continue to do that. Both are showed in they're showing in Power School right now. I have no idea how 29.12 out of 32 equals a, that's the calculation that I think that you were showing to equalize everything, and that makes sense to me that you would have that. But I think to your request, just seeing that number in there, maybe it was a B plus and that number was an 87 or, whatever. Can we still have that?
We cannot using the 4-point scale because we have to have one number associated with the letter.
So presuming this passes, I look in here, I will see grade B, and instead of grade B 83%, I will see grade B 3.3.
You will not see a number, you will just see a letter.
Just see a letter.
What is on the right side, the 4-point scale, that is what is calculated in Power School. So Power School has the ability we can set whatever scale we want. There are districts across the country that use this very similar model. It is stored as the parents, and you'll see on the front page of this what it would look like, and I know it's small, we were trying to fit everything concisely to one page. Families will see something very similar to what they see now, with the exception of not seeing that percentage underneath. However, our thought was if we provided this as a resource, this one pager is a resource, which also included the conversion scale, they would know the percentage within 2 percentage points.
Are you going to put the conversion table in Power School so people can refer to it, so they're not looking here, there, and everywhere trying to figure out exactly what their students' percentage is?
I honestly don't know the capabilities of the customization within Power School, but we could certainly put it on Schoology or on our teacher or parent resource page where it's accessible. That's where our families are currently going for Okta. That's where our students go to get in. That's something we can customize on our website so that it's always viewable. And honestly, I think most people are familiar that if you say that you got an 85 on something, most people associate that with a solid B. Right, so I think that after a while, they won't need to use the conversion, and that was actually some of the feedback we heard from teachers, that they will get used to that, of what's within that range, but we can certainly add it to the website if that helps.
And that was one of the things that came up at our last policy meeting. We had a parent that we went over this with, and that was the percentage of them knowing. So I think through the communication, the training, being able to have that somewhere for parents to be able to see. But that came up in our last policy committee meeting.
I really think the final grade needs to have the plus or the minus, because the student has worked so hard the whole year. It really needs to keep the plus and minus.
I agree, as I said earlier. We have not even touched on weighted classes and what a weighted scale would look like.
It doesn't impact that.
In what way?
The weight is for the final on the GPA scale. This has no impact on the weighted scale.
How does?
AP classes, though, weren't you?
Yeah, our AP classes are weighted out of 5.
They
and
still,
we have
right,
two
they would
classes that are weighted out
still,
of
so they're graded
4.5.
the same way as our dual enrollment, and if they were to earn an A, they would still get their 5-point instead of a 4-point for their GPA.
I still don't understand how they can't put percentages in Power School. Like, is it because of the plus and the minus? They can't put the percentage in?
It's because we can only list one number. You can have one number per letter.
I understand for that. But I mean on the Power School that the parents can see before the final.
Same. Because it's all part of the same system. They just present different parts of it to parents versus what the teacher can see.
Okay. I don't understand.
Because I think to clarify that, Ms. O'Connor, it's because that conversion is not happening in Power School. It's happening with our teachers, who then put the letter grade in that's associated with that. So that's why.
We spent a lot of time talking about the secondary scale. This is a secondary scale. I did get some feedback about the elementary changes that we were discussing, and that was that it is a really huge lift for particularly 3 to 5 who is not grading on this type of scale right now to change to this, to create all of the standards, to get all the language in place before September of next year. And it was requested of the board to consider a 2-year rollout, let K through 2 expand on what they're already doing, get the language and the scale in place, and then roll it out to 3 to 5 in the following year. So I just wanted to throw that out there for the board's consideration, that was something that I had heard from the community, that this is too big of a lift to pull off before September.
Well, maybe you could share from your perspective, Dr. Warner, how you see it as far as a big lift for the teachers to do between now and.
I think that it's going to be a lift for my department, who's already prepared for that lift. They've already been starting to strategically work on that. I think that it's a lift in some areas for our teachers, but then we're taking away some other lifts in grading. You might have heard that the comment section is very time consuming for our teachers in 3 through 5. I just got my child's report card today. It had a very long summary for him for quarter 3. Teachers would not have to do that. So the feedback that we received on the committee for elementary was they were in favor of that shift of changing their practices for grading along the way and moving to this, and then they would not have to spend that time writing very lengthy comments, because the feedback that's in those comments is what is embedded in these report cards along the way. So that feedback is coming to our families along the way versus waiting until the end of the quarter to get a lengthy paragraph. But I do acknowledge that it will be a lift, but it's not something that we expect our teachers to do in isolation. I think that the plan for my team is that we would start with some work groups that are in grade bands based off of content areas, and start doing some work sessions of matching our curriculum to these, because this isn't just changing and writing the standards, it's matching those to our curriculum so that our teachers have a map of where are these standards assessed in our different platforms.
So I just want to jump in and say that, again, just to summarize, I think the year of having a grading committee for about 8 months, having over 30 people on this committee, coming to us with recommendations, yes, there's some changes. You know, no one's going to come to an agreement or consensus. Obviously, there's policy. This is AR, which are the practices that go along with a very important policy, right? And so we want to make sure we get this right. While this is the recommendation, there's still a lot of work with communication, the rollout, the training, in which, you know, I'm sure we're going to be very transparent along the way in getting that feedback from the teachers, you know, as we do that, as we communicate to our families to make sure. So we're in first reader now. It's been through all the committees. Obviously, we wanted to go to a vote, but we've heard some comments. But again, I just want to reiterate the work that's been done through all of this committee of bringing this forth and, you know, giving it a try, having it, you know, worked through, but also getting feedback along the way from the people who are doing it, and taking our time, because the work's really going to be in the communication and the training to make sure that all stakeholders, families, teachers, students, are all understanding this.
I have two more things. That I think should be in there about a syllabus. I just think if we want to be transparent, if we want to communicate with families, I think we should put something in there that every teacher should have a syllabus. Like, what exactly are they teaching? Especially for high school, we have, you get a grade, you get an A. What does that tell the parent? What do they know? They get a C, what do they know? So if they could outline, if every teacher could do an actual syllabus that outlines what they're teaching, what's the word you always use, the standards, the
Competency standards.
competencies, books they're reading, concepts, when things are due, how many summatives, how many formatives they're going to be having, and how they're graded. And then the other thing is, I think it's very important that tests and papers, formatives, quizzes, all through come back home with the child so the parents can see what the children are doing, and with comments of how they performed on these tests. I think that is so important that we don't get that.
So I don't disagree in having very transparent expectations to our families. believe that our teachers do send out a syllabus or have it on their Schoology page. However, I don't believe that would belong in this policy per se, if that was something that we looked at as having in it as a specific policy. But I do think you bring up a really good point with all of this, that if we're shifting our practices, putting more emphasis on our students performing the first time on their summative, it is imperative that our teachers are communicating with our families of when an assessment is coming up. I think because we are probably going to have to help our students with that shift of reminding them that they have a quiz or they have a test coming up. So I believe that that will be part of the feedback and the communication to our staff to make sure that there's some more consistent feedback and transparency and communication to families so that they're aware. Now, as for the assessments coming home, we do have some problems with that when it comes to copyright issues. Students who get a copy of it and they're taking the class next semester, like we do have to make sure we protect our assessments along the way, so that's can be difficult.
Good time for a conference.
How are they supposed to correct? I don't know. That's how they study. I mean, I think they need to come. I think they need to come home and be written, and the kids need to see the comments that the teachers make, whether it's their writing, their math, but they're writing. You know, hey, you didn't have the transitional sentence here. You need an opening paragraph. I mean, that's.
I think something that Ms. O'Connor brought up, I would like to expand on as well, and maybe this doesn't live in a syllabus, but maybe it lives in policy or in the AR somewhere, and that is the number of assignments that a student is given in any given class. And I heard Mr. Neal stand up here last time and say they're given as much as 40 assignments. And I went through and counted all of the assignments that my children have been given in high school. And there are some classes that are giving 8 total assignments per quarter, 8. Including all of the summatives. And there are the most assignments that I counted at all in any class was 25, and that was in gym class, just for the record. Most of the academic classes are giving on average 12 assignments per quarter. And when you think about the pressure that we're putting on our kids, when you're not allowing, you're saying you may not do any sort of corrective, you have 12 chances to prove to me that you know this material, that's a lot. And I did suggest that students watch the last time we discussed this because this matters to them. And I had one student approach me and say, I heard all of what you were talking about, and I want you to remember that we're children, that we're kids, we're not machines. So when we are talking about secondary, we are talking about 12th graders, but we are also talking about 6th graders. So they're still little kids. Sorry, 6th grade, you're still little kids. And we have to remember that we're making policy and rules for a very wide breadth of ages and abilities.
Right, and we also have a varying degree of content areas, so that is where I think that guidance would be most appropriate coming from the curriculum supervisor versus written in the AR. In my experience as a CTE supervisor, those assessments look very different than in some of our traditional core classes. So we've talked about this in teaching and learning, and this was something that came up in our content or in our grading committee meetings, and I don't disagree that there's a problem with some of the varying degree of the amount of assessments, but I believe that it would be best if there was some more consistent guidance across content areas so that the curriculum supervisor could make those recommendations based off of the curriculum.
One of the things I'm looking at, and I can't find it right now, but I'm kind of in a hurry, and I talked to Dr. P about this, and this is a huge lift. I was comparing our website to Wycomico just purely by chance, and they have a breakdown of what their academic programs are, and it was something that I had approached Dr. P with our new website to do, and it's a huge lift, and I think Debbie's will get stuck with it and is probably working on it now. And that will probably answer the question that Anne has in regards to what is expected with each class. And I asked Dr. P to use Wycomico County as an example so that we can develop ours. And, you know, we have to get through one thing at a time. I think the grades are far more important at the moment, and if a parent has a concern about what is expected, that's the time to talk to the teacher. I mean, you gotta have open communication, not just on a piece of paper with what a grade is. So, and tests coming home or what have you. So something that we might need to pursue sooner than later.
Yeah, this definitely, I mean, this is not one isolated thing. I mean, there's so many topics that come up with that, the number of assessments, the number of assignments, the engagement in the classroom. So I think this is going to be continuing on under the umbrella of teaching and learning in our schools and what schooling looks like for our students.
And we also are in the midst of some shifts in secondary, so I would recommend that we get some more solid answers of what some of our shifts are going to look like from MSCE before we go into the work of putting all that on the website and then having to take some of it down. So I don't disagree. I would also like that. There are other counties that I've seen similar, but I think it would be in Ms. Gardner's best interest, as well as the Department of Teaching and Learning, that if we were to get, once all of MSCE's frameworks are changing, particularly with CTE, that we wait until those are finalized before we move on to that project. But I don't disagree for the need.
I was just thinking about what Ms. Jackson and Ms. Dobson said about having the letter grade with the plus or minus in at the end of the year. And I just think from a student perspective, maybe that's something that could be phased in as freshmen come up, but I don't think it's completely fair if you're a junior and that wasn't a policy before, and now all of a sudden it's thrown on you that you should have been trying to get an A plus or a B plus or whatever it may be. Just because you didn't know about it, and so you were kind of staying, wherever you could in the A, for example, but, that could throw off some students' class rank when they've been working hard and just didn't think about that in the future. Maybe a plus could affect their rank going into college, looking, trying to get into certain colleges.
And we certainly, I think about the lower student who may despair because he can't reach those grades. So we don't want to discourage students either at the same time. And certainly we want high standards and high expectations, but we have to remember every kid is an individual, and the math and the reading may not be working at the moment, but let's get them in a CTE program where the math and the reading starts to make sense, and that's where you see the grade changes.
Are there comments, questions about grading policy this evening?
I'm sorry, on the due date, I keep bringing this back. Due dates for assignments. Missing and incomplete formative assignments may be submitted or completed to up to full credit if they are completed before the culminating summative assessment aligned to that formative work. That's not telling them that there's a due date. They're not, are we saying that they can't be penalized for turning it in late? Because it says up to full credit.
That's for the formative, yes.
Yeah, I don't think isn't that what we decided against? That if it's late, there need to be penalties assigned to it? I mean, if the teacher, obviously this is teacher discretion, but this is telling the teacher that he or she cannot penalize for late work?
Unless it is turned in after the culminating summative, they would not accept it, and it would stay as a 0 or as an incomplete. There was a lot of discussion about this, and ultimately the committee landed on this description because they wanted to align to the policy. Again, our policy, what we have proposed is that we are reporting students' progress and what they earn, and I think that it's important that we align the AR with that, so that if a student were to take that summit or that formative, we would report what they actually earned on it without a penalty.
Are we teaching them responsibility, accountability? I mean, we just heard Mark Perna speak about these soft skills that are so important. How many of you are going to hire that C student if he shows up on time, if she is responsible, if she's on time, if you can count on them? I mean, these are the skills that we're trying to teach these kids. We have to have due dates and we have to have penalties when they're not enforced.
Well, I think to Ms. Jackson's point that these are students, they're children, and some of them are as young as 6th grade. And I think that's why we allow that for the formative, because that is part of the instructional process of the teacher checking that assessment, that they are aligned and that the student is progressing in a way. I fear that if we did hold due dates that students were not able to turn in, they're now not engaging in the instructional process. They're not, they might be missing gaps in their learning along the way. And to your point, with holding them accountable, that's where the summative comes in with a tighter deadline and without having the retake. So I think that it was the goal of the committee to find that balance, and that is ultimately what their recommendation was for that balance.
Yeah, that's something that I appreciate the hard work of the committee to try to find those balances between having more accountability, having incentivizing our students to engage all along the way, and at the same time supporting learning. I mean, that is the piece that we are trying to get at. So I appreciate the efforts that were made to balance all those things. And there's no one perfect answer. I mean, it's, as I hear everyone's comments, you know, some want more accountability, some want more flexibility for more chances. And it is, you know, I think that the committee worked hard to try to find some balance. So when it comes to the summatives, having the formatives weighed more, and having the chances for retaking on the formatives, rather than you're at the end of the quarter and now you're trying to relearn when you've actually missed all the steps along the way. So there was so much detailed conversation and effort around how to balance these various things that then land up in a grade on a report card.
That was our goal.
So the teacher is not allowed to say this is due on September 12th. If you don't hand it in by then, you're going to get docked 5 points.
They would still have their own due dates. And it depends on what the assignment is. I mean, they would, if they didn't turn it in, the student would have a 0 in that place. Now they have the opportunity because of our reteaching and reassessment. That falls into that same category. So if we're offering reteaching and reassessment, that also falls for that was part of the reason for allowing formatives to have that deadline at the end of the summative, because we have a reteaching and retesting language that says that a student can be retaught and can be reassessed. So that would apply to anything that's a formative, whether they turned it in or they failed it. So if a student does not turn something in, a teacher would put a 0 in. Or if it's incomplete, they would put the I in for incomplete, and it would have a 0.25 value to it. If the student chooses to then do that assignment, as long as it is done before that's end of the summative, because that's what we want to encourage the student to do, is to engage in that formative so that A, the teacher can assess and see where they're at before the summative, and B, so that they're engaged in the instructional process, which is what we want, then they would have the opportunity to earn full credit for the formative. Summatives have tighter deadlines that they would not be accepted after the 5 days. So I do want to be clear that they would still have, in the interim, they would still have a 0 or an incomplete depending on the situation.
And it would go in as a 0.
Yes.
Or a 0.25.
Yes.
So that would be an outlier and bring that grade right down.
But it's not an outlier. That's the whole point of the 4-point scale, because it eliminates that outlier. So it allows us to have a 0 while eliminating that disproportionate outlier.
So, okay, so a 0 does not go in?
It does go in, but it does not harm a grade the way that it does on a traditional model. That was
Because it's the 4-point scale.
Right. That was the whole impetus of this model, was to hear the community's feedback of the 50 as the floor, but understanding the rationale for it. And that we still wanted to hold students accountable. We wanted to make sure that we're reporting to families if something's missing or incomplete, but knowing what we know about the math behind it and all of the research that was done and what Mr. Neal had showed us. So this allows us to do both.
So it hides the F, it hides the 0 more.
It does. I wouldn't say that it hides it, because it is saying that they did not turn it in. We are telling a family that they did not turn it in.
when a family sees a grade, I think it has more transparency, because not only is it a 0, they understand what it is. You know, they either turned in the test and didn't do anything on it, or they didn't turn in the work. So I think that was the thought, was to get more clarity for parents who come in and say, why is this a bad grade? It's like, well, this is what they're saying.
I'm just going to throw out there again, and I'm changing subjects slightly, but I do not agree with the reteaching model around summatives, formatives. I brought up last time, and I was dismissed because I mentioned it was an AP class, but I'm going to point again to the way that our current AP teachers address grading and the way that they address formatives and summatives and retakes, and I think that they have developed a really fair system for evaluating what a student has learned and what a student knows. And if we need to adjust the weighting of summatives versus formatives, maybe that's what we look at, but I do think allowing reassessment on a summative is important. And for the record, what I'm speaking of is, to my understanding, and I haven't experienced every AP class, but the current approach in AP classes is that you cannot do reassessment on formatives. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tyler. But you can reassess on summatives up to a certain amount. You cannot gain all of your points back. And it seems to be a fair system. And I'm listening to you say, you know, due date's up to this, and you can reassess up until this day, and you can, you know, like, it just seems like we're adding layer upon layer of complication for our teachers and asking them to switch entirely on top of something that's already a little complicated. And I'm just worried that we're really muddying the waters. So that's how I feel about that. Are we done talking about grading? Does anybody else have questions, thoughts, comments? I haven't heard a lot from Ms. Strawberry, and I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't have anything to say. Ms. Bridges, anything else to add? Anybody down here? Okay, this will come back to us automatically in second reader next month, where there probably will be a lot more questions. My iPad shut off, so let me see what we have next. Next up, we have first reader policy in AR 11.7, right? Visitors to the schools with Mr. Schaefer.
Yes, thank you, President Jackson. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Pepikai. I'm going to be brief, so, you know, obviously, slow me down if you need me to. So this policy last reviewed in 2010, but created in 1990, just needed an update. It did not have an AR, so we have created a policy that just basically provides guidance to the AR, and you'll see the AR on the second page there, and we just made some minor updates to the AR that included clarifications surrounding media access to the school sites, visitors, more specific visitor process when entering a school, and also to address any situation where a visitor may disrupt the school process, and just, you know, related it to the relative or the related Maryland education article. So once again, first reader for the visitor policy. If there's any questions, I can try and answer them.
The only thing that I thought of when I see that the board encourages, when I look up a definition, it means to inspire and hope and motivate, and I thought that sounded kind of light, especially in today's world. So my recommended word would be recommend, which is a little bit to advise, and I just felt it was a little bit stronger of a word. It's for the first sentence up there. The board, instead of encourages, recommends that parents, community mentors, so forth. I know thought it was a stronger word.
Okay, that's great. I've noted it. If
I have a
there's no other
question
questions.
about the representatives of the media must obtain prior approval from the superintendent or designee before conducting interviews, photography, or filming on school property. Two parts to that question. I have seen representatives of the media at like musicals or events or things, have they all been vetted through the superintendent's office? Is that a process that currently exists, or is this brand new? And second, can the superintendent give permission for members of the media to interact with minors?
So, answer to the first question is that we are referring to the school day, and maybe that needs to be outlined in there. And then also, the superintendent or designee, it's really given that, it's really up to the superintendent to give that responsibility to the building principal for coordinating any media presence during that school day. Now, with that being said, it usually goes through, our communications director. And I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson, second question.
It's an interesting question about how much members of the media will engage with minors during the school day without permission. It looks like we're giving the superintendent permission, but are there other layers to that?
We try to avoid having the media in the schools during the school day, period. There are some times that they are invited for a special event that's happening. We also do not allow them to have conversation with the students during the school day. Sometimes they may, have the opportunity to speak to students outside of school grounds, outside of the school day, and we don't necessarily have control over that, but we're not allowed to go on the record. We're not allowed to go on the record with minors, just as like a policy.
And there's lots of, you can imagine security situations, safety situations where the media may want to have access to the school site, and that is what we're trying to basically just draw some red lines around.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't accidentally giving the superintendent permission that parents really should be in charge of.
Right, understood. Any other questions on that one? Okay. So I know I have a couple of policies here for first reader. So the next is volunteers in school. Once again, adopted in 2016, so it's just been a while since it's been updated. And you see the change in the policy there, where we're just kind of really kind of highlighting the safety and security aspect to visitors in schools. And then the AR, it really didn't change a whole lot. You can see in Roman numeral 3A, we've just added some additional language for screening requirements for volunteers with frequent or unsupervised access, which is required by Maryland law. And also in letter G and H, within the social media world that we live in, any volunteers that would be in the school building would be prohibited from any kind of photography or video recording or that type of thing when working with students. And then, or being in a classroom or whatever. And then letter H, failure to adhere to that could result in revocation of those privileges. Any questions on that? Is everybody good? Okay. Lots
Any
of discussion.
questions for Mr. Schaefer about volunteers?
Lots of discussion there.
Now that I can read it.
All right. All right, next up is the FY27 refuse and recycling services contract approval. And so we went through the bid process, and you can see we had good response. We did get a couple what we call non-responsive bidders, which did not meet the minimum qualifications. So I am recommending that we continue with Blue Hen, our current provider, for the contracted amount of $73,448.25. I can answer any questions if the board has any.
Just out of curiosity, why you would go with not the lowest bidder?
because they did not meet the minimum qualifications, and specifically that was that we requested in the bid that they have 5 years of experience, and the companies that we considered non-responsive did not meet that threshold.
Do you need a vote?
Yes, please.
I make a motion that we approve the contract, continue our contract with Blue Hen in the proposed amount of $73,448.25 annually,
Yes.
as presented this evening.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stay there.
All right, next up is the Easton High School scoreboard replacement contract approval. And once again, I am looking for the board to support the proposal that's been submitted. To begin, though, just a rendering of the scoreboard. So very, very large scoreboard, 15 feet wide, 15 feet high by 25 feet wide. And it's going to be approximately top of the scoreboard about 35 feet in the air. So it's significant. This is like, quasi-professional level scoreboard here. And so with that, I wanted to talk through very quickly some unresolved issues. I list them as funding issues, but it's unresolved issues associated with the scoreboard project moving forward in the time frame that the school is trying to have it move forward in. So just real quick summary of the total funding that we have currently established. Total project cost would be $288,500. In the state of Maryland, I'm sure everyone has heard the capital funding that has come through the state of Maryland, so that is a confirmed $150,000 of that. Local donations account for $50,000 in first year. Now, the donations that are coming in from some of those local businesses are promissory over multiple years. But I'm just counting that immediate donation amount of $50,000 at this point. And then other funding, SOS is, to support our sports at Easton High School is weighing, what they're willing to contribute, if any. And some of the sports may be also through SOS. They're funding, SOS may be willing to put forward some funds towards the scoreboard. And I have TCPS up there. That is not really, we would be a last resort situation, and that is not something that we're really factoring in at this point. So once again, I'm leaving that as a zero. So we have a remaining balance of the project of $88,500. There is a potential reduction in the installation of the scoreboard. So right now, I'm using a intergovernmental cooperative purchasing agreement through Sourcewell that Daktronics, the scoreboard provider, holds. And so that is where we're getting contract pricing that prevents it from having to go out to bid, but contract pricing for that $288,500. As part of that proposal, there is installation cost that's based on that contract. There is a possibility that we could negotiate a lower installation cost using a local contractor that's approved by Daktronics. So all of that to say is this is a top line number. $288,500 is the maximum amount based on the contract that I'm utilizing. And so ultimately, we hope that it will be less than that, but what I'm asking the board to do is consider approving that contract amount so that we have an avenue to meet the deadlines that we have for installation. And so that's the last hurdle here. It's an unresolved issue, not a funding issue per se, but in order for this scoreboard to be installed prior to the upcoming sports season, the next sports season, we would have to have a contract signed with Daktronics by the end of this month, by May 1st. And so I have got a lot of hurdles to get over from a funding perspective and from a permitting perspective and from a state. So the state of Maryland funds come with a bunch of strings. It requires DGS approval for a number of informational submissions. And I'm sorry I'm going on, but I'm just kind of want to make sure that I'm painting a good picture of what we have to do in order to, in the next 2 weeks, kind of meet this deadline. I want to be clear that this is going to be a heavy lift in order to meet the deadline to have installation prior to the start of next school year.
Can I
So-
stop you right there?
Yes.
To ask
absolutely.
a quick question that is unrelated to the money, so I'm hoping we can go back a little bit. Can you go back to the picture of the scoreboard?
Sure.
You said this is 35 feet in the air.
The top of the scoreboard would be. So
And
it's
Go ahead.
15 feet tall. So 15 feet below that would be so it's basically 20 feet off the ground.
I'm not worried about the 20 feet off the ground. I'm worried about the height of the scoreboard and knowing that Easton High School is in a neighborhood who is not always our biggest fan. And I can understand that, and adding a giant glowing scoreboard in your backyard. Have we talked to the neighborhood and have we gotten permits? And what does the town of Easton think of this?
So so two things. So I've talked to the State Highway because 50 is so close. I was advised, just trying to cover all my bases, which I want the board to know that this has come to me very late in the game here, no pun intended. But in the last 2 weeks, we've really kind of been a whirlwind trying to get this lined up. So I've talked to State Highway. I've got a letter from them that they're like, that's not us. Don't worry about anything there. I've talked to the town of Easton, the town planner, and we will have to get a building permit for this through the town of Easton, but that's it. And so they are fine with the scoreboard. They have the specifications for it. Now there is, which is crazy to me, and I push back a little bit with them, but whatever, that advertising on the scoreboard can only take 25% of, if it goes over the 25%, then it would require a variance and we'd have to go through a process to get that. Whatever. I don't think it's going to. You can see the anchor partner, the area at the top and the bottom. Those are the two areas that we would have potential advertisements. And so it would be very close to 25%, but I think that, I think we will avoid that because there's going to be some mandatory, wording that goes on the scoreboard because of the dedication piece. So.
How about the neighborhood?
Yeah, so I mean, the town of Easton represents the neighborhood, so the building permit and that process would cover us from any kind of responsibility associated.
I'm more talking about being a good neighbor. Have we floated this by anybody? Do they know that we're talking about this?
So, no, I have not gone door to door.
I might be asking you to do that. I don't know.
I understand. I do get it. I'm not trying to downplay it. And I know that, here's the thing, and if you're familiar with the stadium, the current scoreboard, the location of the current scoreboard, the new scoreboard would go behind that, and it's facing Route 50. So any of the light is going to be facing away from the neighborhood. So I don't think the lighting is the issue. Now, the sound has been an issue. I know I worked at Easton High School for years, and I've heard the complaints. So during games, the sound is a significant issue, but this is actually going to be solving that issue somewhat. So right now, the sound comes from the press box, speakers mounted on the press box. That will change. So the speakers will be mounted at the scoreboard facing Route 50. So you're going to be reducing that, I'm going to call it, I don't know what the right term is, but the misdirection of the sound.
I'm familiar with some stadiums around. Is this like the one at Stephen Decatur, or
Yes.
is it, yes, same size, same thing? We're looking at the same.
I don't know if it's the same size, but it's close. Dr. Horsey, I don't know if that.
Dr. Horsey's seen some stadiums too.
She's
Do you know
seen some
which?
stadiums, yeah. I think it's similar, though.
Yeah, very similar. I think it's a little smaller than the one at Decatur, and smaller is relative based on that, but yeah, a little smaller.
Does St. Michael's get one sometime?
Sometime, yes.
Mr. Schaefer, hi.
Yes.
I'm not following this at all. I don't understand what is being asked of the board, what information the board has. I don't understand the funding.
Yes.
I don't understand what commitment the board is being asked to make, and I don't understand the rush.
So, all valid questions. So all I am doing tonight is asking the board to, as with any purchase that I have to make that's over a certain threshold, and I say I, but you know what I mean, the operations department is responsible for, very similar to any capital project that we do. I am asking for the board to approve the contract through a approved purchasing vehicle. And so, as for the funding, what I would ask is that the board approve this contingent on the available funding. So if within the next 2 weeks, because to your point, Ms. Eisenberg, if we're going to meet the deadline of having the scoreboard installed prior to the next sports season, we have to place the order, so be under contract by the end of this month. And the funding piece associated with that will have to be resolved within the next 2 weeks. So that's the urgency that I have with this. And I'm sorry, one more thing. If I don't get this contract approved tonight, I obviously wouldn't be able to bring it back to the board until next month. And then we would be at a point where we would not be able to install it within the time frame.
And if you can't install it within the time frame, that just means you're putting it off for a year. Is that?
That is correct. The issue with that is that obviously pricing. So it's coming towards the end of the fiscal year for the vendor, and so we're getting some privileged pricing that beats the actual Sourcewell contract pricing. And so there's that piece, plus they also have the donors that the school has secured, we've been told is good for this year, because their businesses, they budgeted this amount, and so if we push this back and didn't do it in the time frame in which they've given the money, there is question whether or not money would be available. So that's the other piece to it.
Going to President Jackson's questions about whether this is something that's appropriate for the community, usually we don't get things in such a rush. I don't understand the background of this. I don't understand the contract. I just don't understand any of this, actually.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand your confusion, and I will go back over it as best I can. Sure.
I have a question. If the donation was $150,000, why can't we find a scoreboard for $150,000?
So that is a wonderful question. And I will say this once again, that I'm in a situation where I'm coming into this late. So as I understand it, the school started to fundraise for this scoreboard. And this was their goal, was to install a scoreboard of this size and this cost. They worked with the two, well, so the equipment cost is $200,000. The installation cost is the $88,500, so, which may come down. But yes, so they were looking for a $200,000 scoreboard, which they were trying to fund. So they've gotten significant donations towards that. As I said, they've got $50,000 first year, and they have another $50,000 promised over the next 3 years. So those businesses were willing to give, over that time frame. And then there was a wrinkle that came through with the state funding that was not necessarily planned for. They were continuing to seek donations. And so when that state funding came through, I became involved because it has to meet procurement requirements. And so, once again, I am trying to. I'm killing. I'm the messenger here. I'm
So the state funding came through, and then you're adding that 100,000. Is that what you're saying? Like the state funding is 100, or the capital project donation was 150.
From the state of Maryland, correct?
Wait. That's a donation from the state of Maryland, or it's capital funds? Because you said capital funds.
So they are capital funds, yes.
So it's not a donation? What is that capital funds? Which budget year are those capital funds for?
So they become available June 1st.
But this wasn't a capital project that we had requested.
No, this is, so the capital funding through the state of Maryland is a budget amendment that was performed through the legislature that Johnny Mounts played a role in, and in relation to Darren Foxwell and the dedication of those funds, or those funds coming through the state as part of the capital funding that was related to the dedication to Darren Foxwell.
So it's called capital funding, it's just the state of Maryland capital
Correct.
funding.
Correct. It's not
Okay, I
Talbot
needed you
County
to
Public
start
Schools.
there.
Ours capital funding,
Yes.
state of Maryland capital funding.
Correct.
I needed you to start there with what this is, because I think that answers some of Ms. Eisenberg's question about the immediacy of the project, because that there's a point, there's a dedication associated with this, correct?
So there is. But I don't want to misconstrue the situation. The capital funding through the state is not what's driving the schedule here. So the schedule is being driven primarily through the Easton High School funding that's coming through and the businesses that are donating. That's where this is, that's where the time frame is shorter.
Which came first?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how long. I know that the donations from the business have been in process for a year.
If
So
I
I
can
would
just-
say that probably came first.
Why didn't we know about this then?
So I would like to offer a little bit, and thank you, Mr. Schaefer, so much. I would like to offer just a little bit of context. And so one of the things that was occurring through that athletic department, they were trying to raise the funding. And so they were working diligently with our amazing community partners to raise the money. And then the opportunity, I use that word opportunity, came through with the allocation of that budget amendment from the state. And so that money was put forward as a contribution towards this effort. And so with the contribution towards that effort, as it came through, as Mr. Schaefer is indicating, that they had to follow that process for the state. So they couldn't very well deposit $150,000 into someone's account. It had to go through all the legality pieces to make sure that, to Mr. Schaefer's point, the contractual pieces and all the pieces that he's done the research on. So initially, they were attempting to raise these fundings on their own with the community partners, and then the opportunity presented itself with that $150 shift through the state of Maryland. So that's where it was. So it's a conversation that they've been having, and then it kind of shifted with the additional funding that came through from the state. And so to Ms. Eisenberg's point, the urgency is one, with the June 1st kind of allocation for that. And two, the indication, of course, we're not, in terms of the turnaround, is just quick because they want to make the recommendation by May 1st in order to have it purchased. So
No, it's going through a cooperative purchasing agreement through Sourcewell. And so the contract that we're utilizing is a Sourcewell contract, and it's referenced there that Daktronics, the vendor, holds. So it's very similar to ICPAs that I use for lots of capital projects. The Easton Middle School roof was used through a cooperative purchasing agreement, and lots of projects that I've done in the past have been. It meets our policy requirements. So,
You
yeah,
had
and
you had indicated that the cost could be coming down. So why are
so
they?
once again, as I stated, so the total cost based on the Sourcewell contract is $288,500. So that's the Sourcewell contract cost for the project, which meets all of our procurement requirements. What I am saying is that there is a potential where we could negotiate a lower price using a local contractor that would have to be approved through Daktronics. So we may be able to reduce the contract installation price by using somebody local rather than a obviously a non-local contractor that Daktronics would provide. So the goal is to do this as obviously as inexpensively as possible. Once again, though, I want to be fully transparent with the board on this, that it's a large gap that we have to bridge as far as the funding goes. And so if that can't happen, and within the next 2 weeks, we figure out what, let's put it this way, SOS could probably fund that gap if they really wanted to. I don't know if that's something that organization will want to do. They're working through that now. And so ultimately, we'll have to kind of see how it plays out. But what I can say is, if I don't have board approval of the contract, I'm not asking for anything else other than that, then the project's dead in the water as far as moving forward this year, prior to next, basically installation this summer.
I just was going to get some clarity on the state funding. Is it fiscal year 27 funding that would start actually July 1st through June 30th?
So actually, June 1st is the funding availability through the state is what the communication that I've received, it becomes available June 1st. So that would be the earliest that funding would, but there's, like I said, there's a few things that I have to do in order to, meet that deadline.
So when is it, so you're saying it begins June 1st, which,
That's
given
when
the state fiscal year, it would seem that it would be July 1st, but if your letter says June 1st.
Yes.
So then what is the time period that we have in which to use it?
It's not, it's like a 3-year time period. So that the state funding is not a rush. That's not the urgent piece to this.
I know.
So the only thing that I'm seeing here is a couple of things. The 88.5 is a remaining balance that we don't actually have budgeted or allocated anywhere in our budget. And I know that, I believe I'm hearing you say that you may have a plan for that, but I'm not sure that it's in the great interest of the board to approve it in full, not actually having all of the whereabouts of that. Secondly, if we approve the contract also includes funding that looks like we could be potentially invoiced for, and we wouldn't want that to happen either.
So, and forgive me, because I'm trying to do the best that I can with, with a late hour, and I know so maybe I went a little too fast through this, but so the board has already approved, just to use it as another example, the board has already approved the contract for the Easton Middle School roof. We have not entered into that contract because the funding is not secured yet. Technically, we don't have funding from the county council or funding from the state. So we are often approving a contract pending available funding. So this would not be any different than that. We're not obligating anything. This is the board saying to me that, hey, we're good with you using that cooperative purchasing agreement to move forward pending the available funding being available. And I'm telling the board that if that doesn't happen within 2 weeks, then we're punting, no pun intended again, but we're going to punt and we're going to start over because we're going to have to figure out the funding later on. I'm just trying to do my best and be an advocate for the school and the work that they put into for the last year, getting the donations that they've secured, and now the state coming forward with capital funding, non-capital funding for TCPS, but state capital funding through, legislative process that they went through.
So are you saying pending this donation of the extra 100,000?
88,005, yes.
The 88, and we can go forward?
So if
Pending we get that?
Correct,
If we
correct.
don't, we don't go forward. Okay. Okay.
Can I ask a related question?
Sure.
I don't know if you know the answer to this. Remember, I come from a fundraising background, so this makes sense to me. Is $150,000 the cost of a naming opportunity here at Talbot County Public Schools? And have we been in this position before, and what other naming opportunities might there be in the future?
Ms. Jackson, I am sorry. I did not hear that question for whatever reason. I was having a hard time.
Was my mic broken?
No, I hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it was just, I didn't.
a couple pieces too. Yeah.
Is $150,000 the cost of a naming opportunity for Talbot County? A naming opportunity. Yes, the chance to put your name on something. We are naming this scoreboard, right? We're dedicating the scoreboard. In the fundraising world, that's called a naming opportunity. You see those all over the place. People put their names on buildings or their machines or scoreboards or things. I can only think of one other thing in Talbot County. I think we have another scoreboard that is named. And was that a naming opportunity? I just want to make sure that we are approaching, now you all know that's what it's called, a naming opportunity. So that we are approaching other naming opportunities with fairness, and that other people who come to us with $150,000 and want to put their name on something have that opportunity as well.
Yeah, no, and this is obviously an issue that has come up many times. We do have scoreboards that at Easton High School, the Dury Hayes Memorial Scoreboard it's a softball field. We do have the Easton High School baseball field at the Easton Middle School that has a scoreboard that is in memory to Mr. Blue. Well, it's on the scoreboard. It's actually, yeah. And then I believe the stadium field at St. Michael's has a scoreboard that has Brian Femi's name on it in some fashion. So to your specific question, is $150,000 the price that has to be paid in order to get a scoreboard memorialized for someone? No, I would say that no. What we are doing with this specific situation is it's going to be similar to what Mr. Blue's situation was at the Easton Middle School. So at the bottom of the scoreboard, then this is as I understand it. And once again, I have not been fully in these discussions, but as I understand it, the bottom portion of that scoreboard where it says anchor partner, what the scoreboard would say is in memory of Darren Foxwell and all of our fallen warriors. So that would be the saying that would be on the bottom of the scoreboard electronically. And so that is what the goal is, from the school's perspective and from SOS's perspective, and that appears to be acceptable to all parties involved.
So given that you're not asking us to approve the $88,500, I'm going to make a motion that we approve this.
I'll second. We're approving the contract, being able to move forward, as I understand it. As Ms. Dodson said, we're not approving additional 88.5. It's in fact contingent on the sufficient funding being found.
Could I ask that you amend your motion? Thank you, Slate, to say that specifically, that pending the funding being available, that.
Yes, I amend my motion to approve this based on the additional funding being found outside of TCPS's budget.
Second again.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Is that it for you, Mr. Schaefer?
I think I have one more.
Okay. My iPad keeps closing. Okay, then stay there and tell us what you got.
So this is second reader for the Emergency Preparedness and Crisis Planning Policy and AR. So the only comment we got last time, Ms. Strawberry, in that first paragraph, Roman numeral 1, for policy 5.3, I did make an adjustment to that sentence there to kind of, I hope, make it make more sense. And I'm having a hard time. It's getting late. But basically just added the fact that the goal of the statement is that we have a countywide emergency preparedness plan, and that the principals would use that plan to model their school plans. And I believe I've changed the language to accurately reflect that. Beyond that, no other language has changed. What?
This is second reader for a vote. I make a motion that we approve the emergency preparedness and crisis planning policy.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This one I'm bringing before you for Mr. Wilson, who could not be here, but this was the policy, second reader, disposal of surplus equipment. Changes were made, were discussed regarding the parent. We just added needing a signature. The parent may pick up the device 20 business days following graduation, providing a parent or guardian has signed the bill of sale. And then we're using the online system, and the current operating system will be installed or updated. So those were the three suggestions from the last meeting that we added to the AR for this policy.
Will you be offering this to this year's graduating seniors?
You said this year's? Yes.
I make a motion that we approve policy 4.19 as presented this evening.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Friends, Tyler.
Thank you very much. All right, personnel report.
Good evening. I would like to recommend that the personnel report be approved as discussed in closed session.
I make a motion that we approve the personnel report as discussed in closed session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, monthly budget report.
I'm standing in for Mrs. Jones tonight, and I have a report that she submitted. These are the financials for the 9 months ended March 31st. Our state and local aid revenue is on track. We'll be under budget with our use of fund balance because of the activity court project at Easton Elementary. We intended to fund with fund balance, came in under budget due to some available grant funding we use. Similarly, we will be under budget in our state non-public tuition reimbursement revenue because our non-public tuition costs are projected to be under budget. So for both of these revenues shortfalls, we had cost savings driving them. For expenses, all categories are within budget. We're currently working on projections for fourth quarter spending to determine where we might have savings and where we might need a budget transfer to cover expected costs for fiscal year 2026. We do this in conjunction with our fiscal year 2027 budget work. We will have a projection of our expected fiscal year 2026 final expenditures in May.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Dr. P? No? Okay. Move on to superintendent's report.
Okay, so hot off the press, we have Senate Bill 928 and House Bill 525, which is new cell phone restrictions in schools. What you have, so our plan is next month to present what's actually happening in our schools with the Yonder pouches, so a decision could be made for the next school year, how we move forward. Additionally, this bill is to go into effect in 2027, 2028. However, I think it's up for discussion for us to know going into probably next month, our more robust discussion as to what our current policy and practices say in relation to what this is asking and how we move forward with that. What you have in your possession is a survey that was given out actually a year ago this month. And it looks like this, and it's this was launched in April 2025, and it was launched by Angela Duckworth, who does a lot of research. In Maryland, 9,000 educators have taken this survey, and you could see the numbers that have taken it for different schools here in our district. So this was done, so MSDE, Maryland State Department of Ed, partnered with this company, Phones in Focus, which Angela Duckworth leads, and they wanted Angela to do this survey for the state of Maryland, really, to get more evidence, to get more data around what is the landscape in Maryland as far as cell phones in school districts. So what you could see here are just the numbers, just the number of educators that took it, and just to add for our discussion, and the presentation that you're going to see from the schools who are using the Yonder pouches, so that we can make an informed decision on what's going to be next for us in the 26-27 school year.
I'm assuming you want to hold the discussion for this next month.
You said for next month?
Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, but
Okay.
I just wanted to put it on your radar now so that you'll have information, any other information you could look at and look for to be prepared for next month.
Thank you. This is exactly what I sent you. You're on the ball. You're 10 steps ahead.
Actually, the state sent it out, so it was easy. So I wanted to bring that up, so that could be on your radar with that. Our Sodexo Future Chef competitors, always a nice activity to be able to see our students highlighted, and particularly we are excited that we actually have a national qualifier. So Vivian Greer is going to move on to compete at a national level. She will be recorded, and we'll have our fingers crossed and wish her well for that competition. We had a wonderful evening. This is our support staff member of the year, Ms. Shanae Neal, for our wonderful event that we had, as well as our teacher of the year, Ms. Holly Sump. So we'll be looking forward to her for both of them for opening day. The last 2 days, we had Mark Perna here in our school district. They were visiting our secondary students with a very inspiring message. Board members included in your packet also, you have the 21 life hacks for competitive advantage, which were those 21 professional life skills that he referenced. So, and we're also sharing those with our students as well. And we'll be definitely talking about what are the next steps to incorporate what he talked about and these life skills into our schools and in front of our students. We want to thank Preston Automotive Group and Preston Toyota for selecting Easton High School Auto Tech program as their March Preston Cares recipient, and they received $2,800 as a donation for their Auto Tech program. Summer Career Enrichment Program registration is now open. It will be held in Dorchester County this summer. So you could see there, session 1 starts July 6th through July 16th. You could see the different classes that are going to be offered. And there's information there at the bottom to register and see more information for that. And a list of upcoming events for April and May. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start over here with Tyler for board member remarks. We'll see if Mrs. Jurius can get back. Go ahead.
I think it's interesting to see the grading policy move along, and interesting to see how passionate the different board members are about making sure students are getting the best grading possible, and it's clear for parents as well.
Ms. Bridges?
I'd just like to say how happy I am to see all the scholars. Ben is one of my shining stars, and to see what he has done in pushing education further, it's just heartwarming to me. I also want to thank the committee for all the grading policy work. I know it's very passionate with all of us because we want to get it right. We want to get it right for our students. We want to get it right for our teachers. And I just thank everyone for their hard work.
Ms. O'Connor?
Thank you. And thank you to our superintendent for making us aware of Mark Perna and bring us all in, and doing the cell phone policy and getting all that information out. And yeah, the grading committee, we thank you for all the hard work that the teaching and learning is doing, and we will continue to work.
Ms. Strawberry?
firstly recognizing the Carson scholars who came up and were recognized. Just want to make mention of them. And I also just want to make mention of Mr. DeVerick, who came and gave that presentation to the board in regards to what's going on in his school. And not only did he just come and he presented it, but he came and he presented it with enthusiasm, and you could really tell his passion for the children and for the students and for the community. So I just wanted to recognize that display.
Ms. Dodson?
Ditto. But thank you to everybody who put in all the effort tonight on grading committee. We'll get there. We just want to dot all the I's and cross all the T's. Thank you so much for bringing Mark Perna to us, for getting us all his book and giving us an opportunity to hear him speak on Monday night. It was very powerful. And congratulations to all the Carson scholars.
Ditto. Thank you all very much. Looking forward to prom. I can't believe that's right around the corner. Do you have a date? Do you have a date? I'm not asking. I'm just curious. I'm going to get in trouble for that now. Anyway, he's not paying attention. Anyway, and yeah, I lost my thought with that. But thank you for everything with the grading and with Mr. DeVerick. My cheeks are a little red, so I'll shut up now.
Wait, can I say one more thing before you go, Emily? I want to put our congratulations out to Tyler. I asked him if I could tell this news, but he got into UVA and was going to go there, and then he just found out he got into Duke and got a very nice package. So congrats to you.
Tyler, that's so exciting. Congratulations. We're also proud of you, and Elmer too. You guys, you're going places, and we hope you remember to come back.
Elmer got into Harvard, so he's.
Just small, easy to get in schools, right? Like nothing. You guys are a shining star for the rest of your fellow students, and I hope that people can walk in your very large shoes that you'll be leaving behind. So thank you for everything you've done for us. I wanted to also say thank you to Mr. DeVerick and his team from White Marsh. This has been a really nice addition to our meetings to hear from our schools about what they're doing about our specific board goal. And like you said, they come with so much enthusiasm and they're so passionate about what they're doing for kids. And I know that we will see this, we are seeing it reflected in our immediate scores right now. And I know that we will see it reflected in our scores for years to come. So that's really great. I want to give a shout out to Mrs. Holly Sump, who is our Teacher of the Year, and let everybody know that Chapel District Elementary School hasn't had a winner for 27 years. And so very, very proud of Holly representing her school so well for the many years of the good work that they've been doing. I'm just so very proud of her. It was a wonderful night, and I'm always so proud of all of our finalists. I'm so glad I'm not on that committee. I could never possibly choose. Thank you to everybody who brought policy and suggestions this evening. I know we are here to give you a hard time, so we appreciate you standing up there and taking care of all of the tomatoes that we're throwing at you. It is for the greater good, and we are getting somewhere much better working together. So we know that it is hard to stand there and just take all of our rapid fire questions. We appreciate you very, very much. And as always, we appreciate everything that you all are doing here, everybody in this room, everybody watching, everybody who is a part of TCPS. Students, if anybody is still watching, it might just be you, Tyler. Good luck on your state exams and your AP exams. I think if you get those before we get you again, I think some are coming up soon. Best of luck to everybody taking these big, important tests. We know that you can do it. And please tell your fellow students that we believe in you too. And everybody go out there and have a great month. Thank you very much for sticking in with us, and have a good night, everybody. We've got one thing.
Make a motion, we close this meeting.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Didn't think so.